Hey guys, tonight we begin with an animal that weighed as much as an African elephant, measured longer than most boats in the 18th century Russian imperial fleet, and had what we might generously describe as a relationship with self-preservation that bordered on the philosophical. Which is to say, it appeared to have opted out of the whole concept entirely. If you are new here, welcome to the channel, and if you have been here before, welcome back to this particular corner of the dark. Either way, if you enjoy this kind of thing, take a moment to like the video, subscribe if you have not already, and drop a comment letting me know where in the world you are listening from tonight. I am always curious. There is something quietly wonderful about knowing that people in different time zones, on different continents, under different skies, are all lying in the dark together, listening to the same story about a giant, slow, vanished animal at the edge of the world. Now, dim the lights if you have not already, turn on a fan, or the sound of rain, or simply let the silence of your room do the work. Pull the covers up, settle in. We are going to the Bering Sea tonight, to a pair of fog-wrapped islands where the water is cold and the kelp grows thick, and something enormous once lived in the shallows, breathing slowly, eating patiently, and trusting completely in a world that had not yet given it any reason to do otherwise. It is a long story, and a quiet one, and it ends the way you probably already suspect it ends. But the ending is not really the point. The point is everything that came before it, and everything that was lost when it arrived. There is a particular kind of tragedy that belongs to the gentle. Not the grand, Shakespearean kind, full of hubris and soliloquies and dagger work, where the protagonist's flaw is ambition or jealousy or pride, and the fall feels earned, feels inevitable, feels like something the audience has been building toward for 5 acts. No, this is the other kind, the quieter kind. The kind where something enormous and slow and fundamentally trusting simply sits in the path of something faster and hungrier and more clever and does not move, because moving has never been part of its vocabulary. Because for millions of years, sitting still was the right answer, the safe answer, the answer that worked. The Steller's sea cow, Hydrodamulus gigas, is perhaps the purest example in the modern historical record of this quieter tragedy. It was not a creature built for drama. It did not fight. It did not flee. And by multiple accounts, when its companions were being killed beside it, it did not even leave the area. It continued to eat kelp. It continued to breathe its heavy rhythmic sighs. It continued to be exactly what it had always been, a 10-meter, 8 to 10 ton argument that gentleness was a perfectly viable evolutionary strategy, that you did not need teeth or speed or aggression to claim your corner of the ocean, that patience and calm and an extremely thick skin were enough. And it was right for all those millions of years. It was right through ice ages and warming periods, through the rise and fall of kelp forests, through the slow tectonic rearrangement of Pacific coastlines. It was right for so long that rightness had become its body, its behaviour, its entire way of being in the world. Right up until 1741, when a boatload of scurvy-ridden, half-dead Russian sailors crashed onto its beach, looked at it floating in the shallows, enormous and buoyant and impossibly still, and thought, in the pragmatic, desperate way of men who are starving, something along the lines of, "That is the largest, slowest, most defenceless source of fresh meat I have ever seen." What followed was not a battle. It was barely even a hunt. It was something closer to harvesting, the systematic removal of a resource that could not run and would not hide, and that, by all available evidence, did not understand what was happening to it even as it happened. 27 years later, the argument was over. The last Steller's sea cow was killed around 1768 on Bering Island by men who were thinking about sea otter pelts and ship provisions, not about the closing of an evolutionary chapter that had been open for several million years. The sea cow did not go extinct because it was weak. It went extinct because it had never learned to be afraid, and we arrived in a world that punished that. This is its story. Or rather, this is the story of its absence, told from the edge of the water where it used to be, in a voice that tries to be as calm and as slow as the animal itself, because the Steller's sea cow deserves at least that much, to be remembered at its own pace. Lying roughly 175 kilometers east of the Kamchatka Peninsula, in the fog-choked, storm-raked expanse of the western Bering Sea. This small archipelago consists primarily of two islands, Bering Island to the northwest and Copper Island, which the Russians call Medny, to the southeast, along with a scattering of smaller islets and sea stacks that barely qualify as land and exist mostly as perches for seabirds and as obstacles for navigators. The islands are volcanic in origin, pushed up from the Pacific seafloor by the same tectonic forces that built the Aleutian chain, of which the Commander Islands are technically the westernmost extension, though they are separated from the nearest Aleutian island, Attu, by more than 400 kilometers of open, churning, deeply unpleasant ocean. They are treeless. They are windswept. They are wrapped, for much of the year, in a thick, wet, persistent fog that turns the world into a grey canvas, where the line between sea and sky simply ceases to exist, where sound carries strangely and distances become unreliable, and the water, cold and dark and restless, seems to go on in every direction without boundary or end. The climate is what a meteorologist might call maritime subarctic, and what anyone who has experienced it might call miserable. August, the warmest month, averages only about 10 degrees Celsius. February drops to -4. Precipitation is constant but moderate, roughly 500 millimeters a year, delivered mostly as rain and fog, and a kind of horizontal damp that finds its way through any material not specifically designed to stop it. The winds are strong and unpredictable, funneled and twisted by the island's hilly terrain, and the currents around the islands are powerful enough to rearrange the plans of any small vessel that ventures too close without sufficient respect. It is not, in short, a place that invites human habitation, which is precisely why, for most of human history, no one lived there. The waters surrounding the Commander Islands, however, are a different story entirely. Where the land is barren and inhospitable, the shallow coastal shelves are extraordinarily rich, fed by upwelling currents that bring nutrients from the deep and by the cold, oxygen-saturated waters of the Bering Sea, which support one of the most productive marine ecosystems on the planet. In the 18th century, before the arrival of the fur trade, these waters hosted vast populations of sea otters, northern fur seals, Steller sea lions, and a profusion of seabirds that would have darkened the sky when they took to the air. The rocky reefs that ring the islands were carpeted with kelp, enormous brown algae that grew from the seafloor to the surface in dense, swaying forests, creating an underwater architecture of extraordinary complexity and beauty. And in those kelp forests, floating at the surface, grazing slowly and breathing heavily and minding their own ancient unhurried business, were the sea cows. It was into this world, this remote and fog-bound and biologically extravagant place, that the packet boat Street Peter limped on the 4th of November 1741, carrying a crew that was, by any reasonable measure, falling apart. The St. Peter was the flagship of the Second Kamchatka Expedition, also known as the Great Northern Expedition, a massive undertaking commissioned by the Russian Empire to explore and chart the coastline of North America from the Russian side of the Pacific. It was an ambitious project, involving thousands of personnel, multiple ships, and a scope of exploration that stretched from the Arctic coast of Siberia to the fog-bound waters of the North Pacific. The St. Peter was commanded by Vitus Bering, a Danish-born navigator who had spent most of his adult life in the Russian Navy, and who had already completed one major expedition to the Far East, the First Kamchatka Expedition of 1725 to 1730, during which he had confirmed the existence of the strait between Asia and North America that now bears his name. Bering was 60 years old in 1741, an old man by the standards of the time and by the considerably harsher standards of Arctic exploration, and the second expedition had already been years in the planning and execution, delayed by bureaucracy, supply problems, and the sheer logistical impossibility of moving men and materials across the entirety of Siberia to the edge of the known world. The St. Peter had departed from Petropavlovsk on the Kamchatka Peninsula in June of 1741, sailing east in company with a second vessel, the St. Paul, commanded by Alexei Chirikov. The two ships lost contact with each other in a fog bank, which is a sentence that sounds almost comical in its understatement until you consider that it meant two wooden ships, each carrying dozens of men, were now alone in one of the most dangerous bodies of water on the planet, with no way to find each other and no certain knowledge of what lay ahead. The Saint. Peter continued east, sighted the coast of Alaska in July, and then turned back, because Bering, ever cautious, there was more concerned with the welfare of his crew and the safety of his ship than with the glory of further exploration. It was a decision that history has both praised and condemned, but it was also quite probably the correct one, because the crew was already beginning to suffer from scurvy, and the return voyage would prove to be one of the most harrowing in the history of Pacific navigation. Scurvy is a disease caused by vitamin C deficiency, and in the age of sail, it was the single greatest killer of men at sea, more lethal than storms, more lethal than warfare, more lethal than anything the ocean itself could throw at a wooden hull. It begins with fatigue and malaise, progresses to swollen and bleeding gums, loosening teeth, reopening of old wounds, hemorrhaging under the skin, and eventually organ failure and death. It is a disease of slow unravelling, of the body losing its ability to maintain itself, and on a ship where the diet consists primarily of hardtack, salt, beef, and whatever can be caught or collected, it is essentially inevitable on any voyage of sufficient length. By the autumn of 1741, the crew of the St. Peter was in desperate condition. More than half the men were ill. Some had already died. The ship itself was battered by storms. Navigation was uncertain in the fog and rain that characterized the Western Pacific in autumn. And Bering himself, the 60-year-old commander who had devoted 2 decades of his life to this enterprise, was bedridden and failing. When the lookout sighted land through the fog on November 4, the crew's first reaction was not wonder or curiosity, but something closer to desperate, collapsing relief. Because any land at all, any coastline, any beach, meant a chance, however slim, of not dying at sea. They thought they had reached Kamchatka. They had not. They had reached a pair of uninhabited islands that no European had ever mapped, that no one had any particular reason to visit, and that were still several hundred kilometres from the nearest outpost of Russian civilization. They were, to put it with the plainness the situation demands, marooned. The ship was damaged. The captain was dying. The crew was too weak to sail. Winter was coming, and it was going to come hard and cold and long, and there was nothing between them and it but a treeless, fog-wrapped island, and whatever they could find to eat. What happened next is one of those rare moments in the history of exploration, where catastrophe and discovery arrive on the same tide, tangled together so thoroughly that you cannot separate the one from the other, cannot tell the story of the finding without also telling the story of the dying, among the sick, cold, malnourished, frightened men who crawled and stumbled off the Saint. Peter, and onto the rocky shore of what would eventually be named Bering Island, was a 32-year-old German naturalist named Georg Wilhelm Steller. He was the expedition's adjunct naturalist, a civilian scientist attached to a naval voyage in a capacity that the naval officers found alternately useful and irritating. He was not in command of anything. He had no authority over the ship or its crew. His role was to observe, to collect, to describe, and to stay out of the way of the real work of navigation and seamanship, a role that he performed with varying degrees of grace, because Steller was, by all accounts, brilliant, opinionated, and not naturally inclined toward deference. But Steller was also, as events would prove, the most important pair of eyes on that beach. Because it was Steller, while the crew was setting up camp and trying to figure out whether they were going to survive the winter, who first noticed the enormous shapes in the water just offshore. They were in the shallows, close to the beach, moving slowly, barely moving at all, their broad dark backs breaking the surface like a series of small breathing islands. They were too large to be seals, too slow to be whales, too placid and stationary to be anything that a European naturalist of 1,741 had any frame of reference for. They seemed to be grazing, their heads down, their bodies drifting with the current, lifting occasionally to breathe with a heavy, audible sigh that carried clearly across the cold water. Steller watched them. He counted them. He estimated their size. He was, in that moment, both a scientist confronting an entirely unknown animal and a starving man confronting an enormous quantity of potential food, and the two impulses, the desire to understand and the desire to eat, were not in conflict, because in the 18th century they did not need to be. He was looking at the last significant population of Steller's sea cow, Hydrodamylus gigas, the largest Sirenian that had ever lived, a relative of the tropical manatees and dugongs, but immensely larger, cold-adapted, and utterly, profoundly, fatally unafraid of the dying men on the shore. There were hundreds of them, perhaps more than 1,000, drifting in the kelp forests that fringed the island, grazing on the canopy of brown algae with the slow, deliberate, unhurried calm of animals that had never in their evolutionary history encountered anything like the creatures that were now watching them from the beach and calculating how to kill one. The strangeness of this situation, the discovery of a biological marvel while in the process of slowly dying, the documentation of an animal's anatomy and behaviour by the same people who were beginning to eat it, is a kind of irony that the universe does not grow tired of, even if we do. Steller had found the largest animal in the Bering Sea that was not a whale. He had found it because he was shipwrecked, and the shipwreck that brought him to the creature would also bring the world that would erase it. The first European to see a Steller's sea cow was also the first European to eat one. Discovery and consumption arrived on the same tide, in the same boat, carried by the same exhausted, scurvy-blackened hands. Vitus Bering died on the 8th of December 1741, on the island that now bears his name. He was buried in a shallow grave in the frozen sand, while the Arctic foxes, which were so unaccustomed to humans that they showed no fear at all, gnawed at the bodies of the dead and the extremities of the dying. Sven Waxell, the Swedish-born first lieutenant, assumed command of the surviving crew. 19 men in total would die on the island before the winter was through. The survivors, sustained in significant part by the meat and fat of the sea cows that Steller had found, would eventually dismantle the wreck of the St. Peter and build a smaller vessel, a crude but functional boat, and limp back to Kamchatka in August of 1742. They carried with them furs from the sea otters they had also hunted, Steller's meticulous natural history notes, and stories of an island rich in animals that feared nothing and could be killed with ease. The furs would spark a trade, the stories would draw more ships. And the notes, when finally published after Steller's death, would become the only detailed scientific description of a species that had less than 3 decades left to exist. The Commander Islands had been calm water for a very long time. They had been a place at the edge of the world where enormous slow animals drifted through cold, fog-wrapped kelp forests, with nothing to fear but the occasional killer whale and the occasional winter storm. And neither of those fears was enough to make them anxious, just cautious enough to keep their calves between themselves and the open water, an instinct that suggested some awareness of danger from the deep, but none whatsoever from the shore. Human arrival did not announce itself with fanfare or with armies. It arrived, as it so often does in the history of ecological catastrophe, as a few desperate men on a broken ship who were simply trying not to die. The sea cows watched them come ashore, and then, because there was kelp to eat and no reason to leave, they went back to grazing. They had no frame of reference for what had just arrived. The calm water was about to end, and the animals floating in it, breathing slowly, their enormous bodies half submerged in the dark and freezing sea, did not know it. They would not learn fast enough. They would not learn at all. Chapter 2. A body built for stillness. To understand what was lost, you first have to understand what was there. And what was there, floating in the shallows of the Commander Islands in the winter of 1741, was one of the most remarkable anatomical achievements in the long, inventive, occasionally preposterous history of mammalian adaptation to the sea. The Steller's sea cow was enormous. That is the first and most obvious thing about it, and it bears repeating, because enormous is a word that loses its impact when applied too casually, and in this case it is not being applied casually at all. Adults measured between 8 and 9 metres in length, with some accounts pushing toward 10, though the exact upper limit is difficult to establish with precision because, as with so many aspects of this animal, the total sample of trained observers was exactly 1 man, and he was working with a measuring line on a freezing beach while also trying to manage scurvy, starvation, aggressive foxes, and a crew that was not especially interested in waiting while the naturalist measured the dead animal before they could begin butchering it. Weight estimates based on Steller's observations and later anatomical reconstructions range from 8 to 10 metric tons, with some calculations suggesting that the very largest individuals may have exceeded 11 tons. To place this in some kind of human frame, a large adult Steller's sea cow was roughly the length of a city bus and weighed about as much as a fully loaded one. Among the mammals of the Holocene epoch, the geological period in which we currently reside, only the great baleen whales and a few of the larger toothed whales were bigger. On land, only the largest elephants came close. The Steller's sea cow was, by any standard, a titan of its environment, an animal that occupied the upper extremes of what mammalian biology could achieve in terms of sheer physical mass. The body was barrel-shaped, thick through the torso, tapering somewhat toward the tail, giving the overall silhouette a form that early observers compared variously to an enormous log, an overturned boat, or, in Steller's more precise description, something between a seal and a whale, with the blunt head of the former and the fluked tail of the latter, but a body that belonged entirely to itself, that did not look quite like anything else in the known animal kingdom. The colour was dark brownish-black, though some individuals had lighter patches, and the overall impression at a distance would have been of a large, dark, slowly moving shape just beneath the surface, with only the upper back and the top of the head breaking the waterline, like a living reef, or a shadow given mass and breath. The skin was perhaps the animal's most immediately striking feature, and it deserves a moment of our unhurried attention. It was thick, extraordinarily thick, measuring up to 2.5 centimetres, roughly an inch, and its texture was described by Steller and subsequent observers not in terms of other animal skins, but in terms of the vegetable world. It resembled, they said, the bark of an old oak tree, rough, furrowed, deeply creased, with a surface that was hard and almost woody to the touch. This comparison was so frequently made that the animal earned the informal German nickname Borkantier, bark animal, a name that captures something essential about its tactile quality. The strangeness of encountering a marine mammal whose exterior felt more like a tree than like an animal. The roughness of the skin was not uniform. The back was relatively smooth, but the sides were deeply textured, marked with crater-like pits and depressions that were almost certainly caused by ectoparasites, a species of whale louse, formerly described as Siamus rhytinae, that was unique to the Steller's sea cow and that went extinct along with it, because even parasites depend on the survival of their hosts, and when the host disappears, everything that rode on it disappears too. There is something in this detail, this incidental co-extinction, that speaks to the hidden interconnectedness of living things. The sea cow did not go extinct alone. It took its personal parasites with it, and its specialized lice vanished from the world without anyone particularly mourning them, but they are gone nonetheless. An entire lineage of small organisms erased because the large organism they depended on could not outrun a harpoon. Beneath the bark-like skin lay a layer of blubber 8 to 10 centimetres thick, 3 to 4 inches, an extraordinary insulation for a mammal living in water that hovered near freezing for most of the year. This blubber was the sea cow's primary concession to its Arctic environment, a thermal envelope that kept the internal metabolic fires burning in a world that wanted, constantly and relentlessly, to cool them. The blubber served other purposes as well. It contributed to the animal's positive buoyancy, the strange and fateful fact that the Steller's sea cow could not dive, could not submerge fully, floated like a cork at the surface with its broad back exposed to the air. This buoyancy was not a design flaw, it was a design feature, an adaptation that worked perfectly in a context where everything the sea cow needed was at the surface, the canopy fronds of the kelp forest, accessible within the top metre of the water column, and nothing the sea cow feared came from above. The blubber was also, as we will learn, one of the features that made the animal so tragically attractive to human hunters, because Steller described it as resembling the finest Dutch butter, sweet and fragrant when rendered, with a taste like almond oil, and it could be stored for long periods without spoiling. An animal's best adaptation can become its worst liability when the environment changes. The sea cow's blubber kept it alive in the Bering Sea for millennia. Then it became one of the reasons it was killed. The head was small in proportion to the body, disproportionately so, giving the sea cow a slightly comical appearance that somehow did nothing to diminish its dignity. The upper lip was massive and broad, extending far beyond the lower jaw, so that the mouth appeared to be located on the underside of the skull rather than the front, an arrangement that made perfect functional sense for a creature that spent its entire life with its head angled downward, stripping kelp from the rocks and the water column below. And here we arrive at one of the sea cow's most remarkable evolutionary simplifications. It had no teeth, none. Where other herbivorous mammals have rows of grinding molars, the Steller's sea cow had keratinous plates, one on the palate and one on the mandible, tough, ridged, fibrous structures that it used to crush and process the soft fronds of kelp, masticatory pads, as Steller called them, that were apparently connected by interdental papillae and laced with nerves and blood vessels. These plates were supplemented by a dense array of stiff white bristles on the upper lip, each roughly 3 to 4 centimeters long, which the animal used to tear kelp stalks and hold food in place while it chewed. Additional bristles, longer ones, 10 to 12 centimeters, protruded from the muzzle, giving the sea cow's face a somewhat whiskered, almost quizzical appearance, as though it were perpetually surprised by something just below the surface. The eyes were small, located halfway between the nostrils and the ears, with dark irises, and they were protected by a nictitating membrane, a transparent third eyelid that shielded them from damage and saltwater while the animal fed. The sea cow's vision was probably not acute, but it did not need to be. In the murky, kelp-dense waters of the Commander Islands, vision was less important than touch and smell, and the simple, reliable knowledge that food was everywhere and danger was nowhere. The animal's forelimbs had evolved into stubby, paddle-like flippers, roughly 67 centimeters long, which it used for a variety of purposes: steering while swimming, bracing against rocks and the seafloor in the surf zone, holding on to its partner during mating, and, in Steller's observation, walking slowly across the shallows when the water was shallow enough to permit it. In every collected skeleton of the Steller's sea cow, the manus, the hand structure at the end of the flipper, is entirely missing, and based on the evolutionary trajectory of the animal's closest relatives, particularly the genus Sirenian, it is possible, perhaps even probable, that the sea cow had no finger bones at all, its flippers terminating in blunt, rounded, boneless stubs covered in bristly skin. The tail was horizontally flattened and deeply forked, like that of a whale or a dugong, and was the primary means of propulsion. For normal cruising, the tail moved slowly from side to side. For more rapid movement, it beat vertically, up and down, in a motion similar to that of cetaceans, though rapid is a generous word to apply to an animal that, by all accounts, had no particular reason to hurry anywhere and that moved through the water with the serene, unhurried deliberation of something that had been doing this for a very long time and saw no reason to change the pace now. Steller described the sea cow as nearly mute. It made no calls, no songs, no vocalizations that might serve as communication in the way that whales and dolphins communicate. It produced only heavy breathing sounds, audible across the water, and a raspy snorting similar to a horse and occasional sighs. The sighing is a detail that stays with you, because it suggests, whether accurately or not, a kind of contentment. A creature breathing out the accumulated satisfaction of an existence that consisted almost entirely of floating and eating and resting and floating some more. After feeding, the sea cow slept on its back, drifting with the current, its enormous belly breaking the surface of the water like a dark, wet dome, the rise and fall of its breathing the only visible movement. Its heart weighed 16 kilograms, its stomach measured nearly 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. The full length of its intestinal tract was approximately 151 meters, more than 20 times the animal's body length, a vast, coiled system for extracting every possible calorie from a diet of cold water kelp that was nutritious but not energy-dense. Everything about the sea cow was calibrated for one purpose, and one purpose only: the slow, patient, endlessly repeated consumption of kelp in cold, shallow water, day after day, season after season, year after year, with nothing to interrupt the rhythm except winter, when kelp growth slowed and the animals grew thin, and spring, when the kelp returned and the animals fattened again, and the cycle continued as it had always continued, as it had continued for millions of years. It was a body built not for conflict or escape or display, but for stillness, for endurance, for the quiet, monumental, deeply unglamorous work of being an enormous herbivore in a place where nobody was trying to kill you. It was, in its own way, a masterpiece of evolutionary efficiency, a creature that had shed everything unnecessary: teeth, speed, aggression, fear, flight response, and kept only what it needed: size, insulation, patience, a good gut, and calm. The Steller's sea cow was, in the vocabulary of modern ecology, a mega-herbivore, a category that on land includes elephants and rhinoceroses and hippos, and in the marine realm includes almost nothing else that is not a whale. It occupied a role in the kelp forests of the North Pacific that was without precedent and without parallel, a role that, after its extinction, would remain unfilled and that remains unfilled today. It was the quiet giant of a quiet place, and every square centimetre of its bark-like skin, every gram of its sweet blubber, every beat of its 16-kilogram heart told the same story. This is an animal that evolved in the near-total absence of the one thing that would ultimately matter most. A predator that could think and plan and come back tomorrow with a bigger hook. Chapter 3. The Sirenian family and the only scientist who ever saw one. Before we follow the sea cow further into its story, which is also the story of its ending, it is worth pausing to place it in its larger family, because the Steller's sea cow did not appear in the Bering Sea out of nowhere. It arrived there along one of the longest and strangest evolutionary pathways in the history of mammals, a journey that began on land, in warm tropical rivers, and ended in the freezing North Pacific, in a body that had been redesigned so completely for its new environment that almost no trace of its terrestrial ancestry was visible to the naked eye. The order Sirenia, to which the Steller's sea cow belongs, takes its name from the sirens of Greek mythology, the enchanting creatures who lured sailors to their doom with their irresistible songs. The name was applied to the order by early naturalists who noted the fanciful resemblance between manatees and the mermaids of sailors' legend, a comparison that tells you more about the loneliness of long sea voyages than it does about the physical attractiveness of manatees. Sirenians are, in truth, about as far from mythological beauty as a mammal can get while still being undeniably compelling. They are heavy, slow, round-bodied, small-eyed, and almost entirely lacking in the kind of charismatic features that make other marine mammals, dolphins, seals, sea otters, popular with the public. What they are, and what they have been for roughly 50 million years, is something perhaps more interesting. The only fully aquatic herbivorous mammals on Earth. Today, only 4 species of Sirenians survive. 3 are manatees: the West Indian manatee of the Caribbean and southeastern United States, the Amazonian manatee of the Amazon basin, and the West African manatee of coastal West Africa. The 4th is the dugong of the Indo-Pacific, a smaller, somewhat more streamlined animal than its manatee cousins, with a fluked tail rather than a rounded paddle. All 4 species live in warm tropical or subtropical waters, feeding on seagrasses and aquatic vegetation, and all 4 are conservation listed, their populations diminished by boat strikes, habitat loss, pollution, and the slow, grinding pressure of human encroachment on the shallow coastal waters they depend on. The Steller's sea cow was a 5th Sirenian, the only one adapted to cold water, the only one that ate kelp instead of seagrass, and the only one that grew to truly massive size. It was, until its extinction, the northern giant of the family, the cold water outlier, the proof that the Sirenian body plan, gentle, slow, herbivorous, fundamentally peaceful, could be scaled up to astonishing proportions when given the right environment and enough evolutionary time. The evolutionary history of the Sirenians is well documented in the fossil record and is, like the animals themselves, both ancient and surprisingly touching. Sirenians evolved from terrestrial ancestors, small, 4-legged, plant-eating mammals that lived along the shores of the ancient Tethys Sea. the vast tropical ocean that once separated the northern and southern continents during the early and middle Eocene epoch, roughly 50 million years ago. Their closest living relatives, improbable as it may seem, are elephants and hyraxes, small, rodent-like mammals of Africa and the Middle East. Together, Sirenians and elephants belong to a larger group called Tethystheria, named for the Tethys Sea along whose ancient shores their common ancestors evolved. The earliest Sirenians were already showing aquatic adaptations: dense, heavy bones for ballast, reduced limbs for streamlining, and a shift in diet toward aquatic vegetation. Over tens of millions of years, the lineage became fully aquatic, losing its hind limbs entirely, developing a powerful tail for propulsion, reshaping its skull for underwater feeding, and growing a thick layer of blubber for insulation and buoyancy. The transition from land to sea was slow and gradual and complete, and it happened independently of the similar transitions made by whales and seals, a parallel but separate journey into the water, driven by the same basic logic. There was food in the shallows, and the animals that could access it most efficiently would thrive. The genus Hydrodamylus, to which the Steller sea cow belongs, diverged from other Sirenians roughly 4 to 8 million years ago and radiated from tropical waters into the cold North Pacific as the late Cenozoic cooling created new habitats and new food sources, specifically the kelp forests that appeared and diversified in response to the same cooling. The direct ancestor of Steller's sea cow was the Kester sea cow, Hydrodamylus kesti, a large, warm-water species that lived along the coast of western North America, particularly California. As the oceans cooled during the Quaternary glaciation, beginning roughly 2.5 million years ago, many populations of these ancestral sea cows died out, unable to cope with the changing temperatures. But one lineage adapted. It grew larger, because a larger body conserves heat more efficiently, following the ecological principle known as Bergmann's rule. It developed thicker blubber. It lost its teeth, replacing them with keratinous plates better suited to processing the tough, non-siliceous kelp that was replacing the seagrasses of warmer waters. It lost the last remnants of its finger bones. It became, over the course of millions of years, the Steller's sea cow, a creature so thoroughly remade for its new environment that you would never guess, looking at it, that its ancestors had once walked on 4 legs through tropical forests alongside the ancestors of elephants. At its peak range during the late Pleistocene, the Steller's sea cow ranged across the entire North Pacific Rim, from the northern Japanese archipelago, where fossils have been found on Honshu, to the Pacific coast of North America, where Pleistocene-age remains have been discovered as far south as Monterey Bay, California. This is an enormous range, spanning thousands of kilometers of coastline, and it suggests a large, widespread population distributed wherever cold-water kelp forests grew. That this vast range contracted to a single pair of tiny islands in the Bering Sea is, in itself, one of the most dramatic stories of ecological retreat in the mammalian record. And it happened not because the climate changed again, but because a new predator arrived, one that walked on 2 legs and paddled small boats and hunted with tools. Aboriginal peoples colonized the coastlines of the North Pacific, including the Aleutian chain, over the past several thousand years, dispersing westward from the New World. Wherever they settled, they hunted, and sea cows, large and slow and easy to kill, were logical targets. The sea cow disappeared from the Aleutian Islands, from the coast of Japan, from the coast of California, one coastline at a time, retreating before the slow advance of human settlement until only the Commander Islands remained, uninhabited, unreached, the last place on Earth where no one had yet arrived with a spear. This was the population that Steller found in 1741, not a thriving species in the fullness of its range, but a remnant, a biological refugee, the last fragment of a once vast population that had been shrinking for millennia. The Commander Islands were not a homeland. They were a last resort, and the sea cows floating in their shallow waters were not representative of the species in its prime. They may have been smaller than their Pleistocene ancestors. Evidence suggests that Commander Island sea cows were somewhat stunted compared to those from the warmer, more productive Aleutian Islands. their growth limited by the relatively poor habitat and lower food availability of their final refuge. They were the survivors of a long, slow squeeze, and they had survived only because no one had found them yet, until someone did. The man who found them, and who became the only trained scientist ever to see them alive, deserves more of our attention than a footnote, because his story is inseparable from theirs and because it carries its own particular weight of irony and loss. Georg Wilhelm Steller was born on the 10th of March 1709 in the small Bavarian town of Windsheim, in a large family headed by a church cantor and organist. The town was modest. The family was not wealthy, but Steller was bright, conspicuously so, and he received a strong education, studying theology, medicine, and natural history at the University of Halle, one of the leading centres of pietism and scientific learning in the German-speaking world. He was, by all accounts, intellectually voracious, argumentative, energetic to the point of exhaustion, and possessed of a confidence in his own abilities that the more temperate personalities around him found either inspiring or insufferable, depending on how recently he had corrected them on a point of botany. He was not, in short, the kind of man who was going to spend his life as a provincial physician or a parish naturalist. He wanted to see the world, or more precisely, he wanted to see the parts of the world that no one had yet described, and in the early 18th century, the most promising direction for a young European naturalist with that particular ambition was east, toward the vast, unmapped, biologically unknown territories of the Russian Empire. In 1734, at the age of 25, Steller arrived in St. Petersburg, where he quickly made connections in the Russian scientific establishment and, through a combination of talent, persistence, and what appears to have been a genuinely remarkable capacity for making himself useful, secured a position with the Academy of Sciences. By 1737, he had talked his way onto the second Kamchatka expedition as the adjunct naturalist for the Pacific arm of the journey. It was a position that no one else particularly wanted, because it involved years of travel through Siberia under appalling conditions, followed by an ocean voyage to an unknown destination with no guarantee of return. Steller wanted it badly. He got it, and by the winter of 1741, he was on Bering Island, shipwrecked, watching men die of scurvy, and taking the most important field notes of his career on the anatomy and behaviour of an animal that no one in Europe had ever heard of, and that within 3 decades of his description, no one would ever see again. The notes he took would become the foundation of virtually everything we know about the Steller's sea cow. They were compiled, along with his observations on the other marine mammals of the region, the sea otter, the Steller sea lion, the northern fur seal, and the now extinct spectacled cormorant, into his major work, De Bestiis Marinis, on the beasts of the sea, which was published posthumously in 1751 by the Russian Academy of Sciences in St. Petersburg. Steller did not live to see its publication. He did not live to see much of anything after the expedition. After the survivors of the St. Peter returned to Kamchatka in August 1742, Steller spent the next 4 years travelling and working in the Russian Far East, continuing his natural history observations, studying the indigenous Itelmen people of Kamchatka, and getting into trouble with the Russian authorities, who at one point accused him of freeing political prisoners, a charge that resulted in an order for his arrest. He was eventually cleared, but the episode added strain to a life that was already running on the fumes of ambition and hard use. He drank, by some accounts, heavily. He travelled through Siberia in conditions that broke his health further, and on the 14th of November 1746, at the age of 37, he died in the remote town of Tyumen, just east of the Ural Mountains, far from the sea, far from the creatures that would make his name remembered, far from anyone who would have understood the significance of what he had seen and written. He was buried in Tyumen. The location of his grave is unknown. The irony of Steller's legacy is not subtle, but it is important. He was the single most valuable witness to the existence of the Steller's sea cow. He measured the animal, dissected at least one specimen, described its anatomy with a precision that modern zoologists still rely on, observed its feeding behaviour, its social structure, its parenting. its mating, its response to being hunted. He noted that the animals lifted their heads to breathe every 4 to 5 minutes. He noted that their breathing was heavy and audible, like the sighing of a large horse. He noted that they were gregarious, living in small family groups, apparently monogamous, and that they showed what he interpreted, with the careful qualification of a scientist who knew the limits of his observation, as concern for one another. He watched as adults approached harpooned companions, as they tried to knock the harpoon loose with their tails, as they circled the boats from which the harpoons had been thrown. He recorded the terrible, quiet detail of a male sea cow following his harpooned mate to the shore, and returning the next day, and the day after that, hovering in the shallows near the place where she had been killed. And he participated in the killing. He had to. He was stranded on an island with a dying crew and no food supply except what they could hunt. The sea cows were enormous, easy to approach, and, as Steller discovered and recorded with the thoroughness of a man who was both a naturalist and a hungry mammal, remarkably good to eat. He described the meat as similar to corned beef, tough but flavourful, and the fat as sweet, fragrant, resembling the best Holland butter, with a flavour like almond oil when rendered. A single adult sea cow could feed the entire surviving crew for a month. In the brutal arithmetic of survival on a frozen, treeless island in the middle of the Bering Sea, the sea cow was not a scientific subject. It was dinner, and Steller, whatever his feelings about the matter, ate. He described the sea cow with extraordinary precision and genuine admiration. Then he and his crew ate it. This is the sentence that defines his relationship with the animal, and it is a sentence that resists easy judgment, because the man was starving, and the animal was there, and there was no framework in 1741 for the idea that eating a very large marine mammal might contribute to its disappearance from the planet. There was no concept of extinction as a human-caused phenomenon. There was no conservation ethic. There was only the immediate, pressing, undeniable reality of cold and hunger, and a creature that could make both go away. Steller documented the animal that his expedition introduced to European knowledge, and the world, having been introduced, consumed it in a generation. The hand that held the pen also held the rope. History does not allow us to separate the two. Steller also described several other species during his time in the North Pacific, and an unusual number of them now bear his name: Steller's sea eagle, the Steller sea lion, the Steller's eider, Steller's jay. He also described the spectacled cormorant, Phalacrocorax perspicillatus, a large, flightless or near-flightless bird of the Commander Islands, which, like the sea cow, is now extinct. Hunted out of existence in the decades after Steller's visit, he had a talent, it seems, for finding things that would later be destroyed. He named himself into the landscape of the North Pacific, and several of those names now carry the particular weight of things that are no longer there. His journal is not merely a scientific document. It is a catalogue of what was present in the North Pacific before we arrived in force, compiled by the first person who arrived, who saw what was there, who wrote it down carefully, and who could not possibly have known that writing it down was the first step in a process that would eventually erase it. Chapter 4. Kelp Forests and the Hidden Architecture of the Sea. Before we follow the sea cow to its end, and the end is coming, with the patience and inevitability of a tide, we need to understand the world it inhabited, because the Steller's sea cow did not exist in isolation. No creature does. It existed as a component, a large and significant one, of one of the most intricate, interconnected, and quietly magnificent ecological systems on Earth, a system that was, and remains, far more fragile than its apparent robustness suggests, and that unravelled with remarkable speed once its key components began to be removed. The kelp forests of the North Pacific are among the most productive ecosystems in the ocean, rivaling tropical coral reefs in their biological output and exceeding them in their sheer structural grandeur. They are not forests in the terrestrial sense, with roots and soil and the solidity of wood and earth, but they are forests in every other sense that matters. Towering vertical structures that create a three-dimensional habitat of extraordinary complexity, with a canopy that reaches the surface, an understory of smaller algae and invertebrates, and a floor of rock and sediment where a different community entirely makes its living. The dominant organisms are the giant kelps, brown algae of the order Laminariales, species of Macrocystis, Nereocystis, Laminaria, Alaria, and many others, which grow from holdfasts anchored to the rocky seafloor and extend upward, buoyed by gas-filled pneumatocysts, toward the light. They grow quickly, several centimetres a day under favourable conditions, and in their prime they form a dense, swaying, light-filtered canopy that provides habitat, food, nursery space, and shelter for an extraordinary diversity of marine life, from tiny crustaceans to great whales, in the cold, clear, nutrient-rich waters of the Commander Islands and the Aleutian chain. These kelp forests reached their fullest expression, nourished by the upwelling currents that brought nitrogen and phosphorus from the deep, and by the constant stirring of the North Pacific, which kept the water cold and oxygenated and rich with the basic chemistry of life. The forests were home to hundreds of species, fish that sheltered among the fronds, invertebrates that grazed on the algae, sea urchins that waited on the rocky floor for fallen fragments, seabirds that dove into the canopy for prey, and marine mammals that cruised through the vertical architecture of the forest like slow, breathing shadows. The kelp forest was not merely a place where things lived. It was a machine, a biological engine that converted sunlight and dissolved nutrients into biomass with an efficiency that few other ecosystems could match, and it supported, directly and indirectly, a food web of staggering complexity. The Steller's sea cow was a canopy browser. It fed on the uppermost fronds of the kelp, the parts that reached the surface and lay within its limited feeding depth. Because it could not dive, because its massive, buoyant body floated at the surface like a cork, the sea cow could access only the top metre or so of the water column, the very canopy of the kelp forest. It consumed the soft, fleshy parts of the kelp, and left the tough stems and holdfasts which washed ashore in thick, tangled heaps, a detail Steller noted when walking the beaches of Bering Island and observing the debris left by the sea cow's meals. As a mega-herbivore, the sea cow would have exerted significant top-down pressure on the kelp canopy, trimming it, thinning it, opening gaps in the dense surface mat, and in doing so, altering the light conditions, the current patterns, the nutrient distribution, and the overall physical structure of the forest beneath. This is what mega-herbivores do in every ecosystem where they occur. They do not simply eat, they sculpt. They shape the habitat they depend on, and in shaping it, they create conditions that benefit or disadvantage dozens of other species that never interact with them directly. An elephant pulling down a tree in the African savanna creates a clearing that lets grass grow, that feeds ungulates, that feed lions. A hippo grazing a river channel keeps it open for fish and waterfowl. A sea cow trimming the kelp canopy opens gaps that let light reach the understory, changes the hydrodynamics of the reef, redistributes nutrient flow, and creates a mosaic of grazed and ungrazed patches that supports a higher diversity of species than either a fully dense canopy or a fully denuded reef would allow. The mechanisms vary, but the principle is constant. Large animals move through their environments like slow-living architecture, and the space they shape is not merely physical but ecological, a sculpted habitat whose contours are determined by the body and behaviour of the creature that maintains it. A study published in 2022 Inches, Frontiers in Ecology and Evolution, examined the likely ecological impact of the Steller's sea cow on kelp forests, and concluded that as an obligate kelp canopy browser, the sea cow would have significantly influenced kelp forest structure, creating a more heterogeneous, patchier canopy than exists in the current sea cow-free ecosystem. In other words, the kelp forests that exist today in the North Pacific are not the kelp forests that existed when the sea cow was alive. They are a simplified version, a forest missing its gardener, and the ecological dynamics of the system have been altered in ways that are difficult to quantify precisely because we have no baseline that includes the animal. But the sea cow's story is entangled with another, and this is where the ecology becomes genuinely extraordinary and genuinely disturbing. The sea cow depended on kelp, but the kelp, in the North Pacific at least, depended on sea otters, and the sea otters were killed first. The relationship between sea otters, sea urchins, and kelp forests is one of the most famous and best-studied examples in ecology of what is called a trophic cascade, a chain of effects that flows down through the levels of a food web from a top predator to the producers at the base. The mechanism is elegant in its simplicity and devastating in its implications. Sea otters eat sea urchins. Sea urchins eat kelp. When sea otters are present in healthy numbers, they keep sea urchin populations in check, and the kelp forests flourish. Tall, dense, complex, productive, alive with the hundreds of species that depend on them. When sea otters are removed, sea urchin populations explode, released from the predation that held them in check, and they graze the kelp down to bare rock with a thoroughness and a speed that is genuinely startling, transforming a lush three-dimensional forest into what marine ecologists call an urchin barren, a flat, desolate, biologically impoverished landscape of bare rock studded with spiny urchins and almost nothing else. The difference between these two states, kelp forest and urchin barren, is the difference between a living, breathing ecosystem and a biological desert, and the switch between them is controlled by a single species, the sea otter, whose presence or absence determines which state the system occupies. This trophic cascade was first described scientifically in the 1970s by James Estes and John Palmisano, working in the Aleutian Islands, and it has since been confirmed and elaborated in dozens of subsequent studies across the North Pacific. It is one of the clearest, most robust examples of a keystone species effect in all of ecology. Remove the otter, and you remove the forest. It is also, for our purposes, the key that unlocks the hidden architecture of the sea cow's extinction. Here is what happened. When the survivors of the St. Peter returned to Kamchatka in 1742, they brought with them, among other things, sea otter pelts. Sea otter fur is the densest of any mammals, roughly 1 million hairs per square inch, and it commanded extraordinary prices in the markets of China and Europe, where it was prized for its softness, its warmth, and its luxurious beauty. The word spread quickly. Fur traders, Russian Promyshleniki, began making the crossing to the Commander Islands almost immediately. The Pacific maritime fur trade, one of the most ecologically destructive commercial enterprises in the history of the ocean, was underway. The traders came for the otters. They killed them with a speed and efficiency that modern conservationists still struggle to comprehend. According to historical records compiled by Steiniger and others, approximately 8,226 sea otters were harvested from the Commander Islands between 1,743 and the point of effective depletion. Of those, only 25 were taken after 1753. In barely a decade, the sea otter population of the Commander Islands was functionally annihilated. What followed was as predictable as it was invisible. The sea urchin population surged, freed from the predation that had controlled it. The urchins grazed the kelp forests collapsed, and the sea cows, which depended on those kelp forests for every calorie they consumed, began to starve. A groundbreaking study published in 2016 Inches, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences by Estes and colleagues, used the modern data from a comparable sea otter decline in the western Aleutian Islands, where otter populations crashed in the 1990s due to killer whale predation, as a proxy for what must have happened in the Commander Islands 250 years earlier. The data showed that the phase shift from kelp forest to urchin barren occurred roughly 5 to 8 years after the onset of the otter decline. Applying this timeline to the Commander Islands, where the otter decline began in 1743, the researchers estimated that the kelp forest collapse probably occurred around 1,750, roughly 16 years before the last sea cow was recorded alive in 1766 or killed in 1768. Using population models based on the demographic and behavioral responses of dugongs, the sea cow's closest living relative to catastrophic food loss, specifically data from a well-documented dugong die-off in Hervey Bay, Australia, where rapid seagrass loss led to mass starvation, emigration, and reproductive failure, the researchers demonstrated that starting with 1,500 sea cows in 1750 and applying starvation-induced mortality rates, the mean number of surviving animals by 1768 would be approximately 1. The median was 0. The maximum across all model runs was 6. The conclusion was remarkable and sobering. The extinction of the Steller's sea cow at the Commander Islands would have occurred as a nearly inevitable consequence of the loss of sea otters and the resulting collapse of kelp forests. Even if not a single sea cow had been directly killed by a human hand, the harpoons mattered. The direct hunting certainly accelerated the extinction and may have been the proximate cause for the final individuals. But the system was already collapsing. The food was already gone. The sea cows were starving in an ocean that had been emptied of the one species, the sea otter that maintained the forest that fed them. And the connection between the fashionable demand for fur hats in St. Petersburg and London and the starvation of a 10-metre herbivore in the Bering Sea is direct, causal and real, even if the people buying the hats never knew and would not have cared what their purchase was doing to a kelp forest on the other side of the planet. This is the hidden architecture of the extinction, the part of the story that exists beneath the surface, like the holdfast of a kelp plant beneath the canopy. The sea cow was killed by harpoons, but it was also killed by the absence of sea otters, by the explosive growth of sea urchins, by the collapse of the kelp forests, by a chain of cause and effect that connects luxury goods to ecological devastation through a sequence of interactions that no one in the 18th century could have understood, and that took modern ecologists 2.5 centuries to reconstruct. The sea cow's extinction was not a single act of cruelty or ignorance. It was a system failure, a cascade of removals that dismantled the ecosystem from the top down and left the largest, slowest, most dependent creature at the bottom with nothing to eat, nowhere to go, and no capacity to adapt on the timescale that was being imposed upon it. The ecology of the Commander Islands still carries this wound. The kelp forests have since recovered, in part because sea otter populations eventually returned as the fur trade subsided, and as the remnant population slowly rebuilt, the sea otters came back. The urchins were controlled, the kelp regrew, but the sea cow did not return, because extinction, unlike a population crash, is not a condition that reverses itself. The forest grew back. The gardener did not, and the ecosystem that exists now in the shallow waters around Bering Island, productive and complex as it may be, is missing a piece that it had for millions of years, a 10-metre, 10-ton piece that shaped the canopy and sculpted the habitat, and whose absence has, almost certainly, changed the structure and dynamics of the entire system in ways we cannot fully measure, because we destroyed the baseline before anyone thought to record it. Chapter 5, 27 years, and what the sailors ate. There is a particular kind of arithmetic that applies to extinction, and it is always the same arithmetic, whether the species is a bird or a mammal or a reptile, whether the setting is an island or a continent or the open sea. It goes like this. A population that was small to begin with, already reduced, already pushed to the margins, encounters a new pressure, one it has no defense against, and the decline begins slowly enough that no one pays attention, then accelerates along a curve that looks gentle at first and then drops like a stone, and by the time anyone notices that the animal is rare, it is already past the point of recovery, already falling through the demographic floor below which reproduction cannot keep pace with mortality. And the final slide to zero happens with a speed that seems impossible in retrospect. But that was, in the cold language of population dynamics, mathematically inevitable from the moment the curve began to bend. The Steller's sea cow followed this arithmetic with an efficiency that would be impressive if it were not so devastating. 27 years, that is all. 27 years from the first documented European encounter, in November of 1741, to the last confirmed kill, around 1768. 27 years from discovery to oblivion. It took humanity less than 3 decades to erase an animal that had survived, in one form or another, for several million years. Efficiency has always been one of our more troubling talents. To appreciate the speed of the destruction, you need first to understand the size of the population that was being destroyed. Leonhard Steininger, the Norwegian-born naturalist who dedicated much of his career to compiling the definitive account of the sea cow's history, travelled to the Commander Islands in 1882 More than a century after the last animal was killed, and estimated the population at the time of European discovery at roughly 1,500 individuals. This estimate, based on the area of suitable habitat around Bering Island and Copper Island, and on the densities that such habitat could reasonably support, has been the most frequently cited figure in the literature for more than a century. More recent analyses, including a 2006 population viability analysis by Turvey and Risley, published in Biology Letters, have suggested that the actual number may have been somewhat higher, perhaps 2,000 to 2,500, but the exact figure matters less than the order of magnitude. We are talking about a few thousand animals, not tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands. A few thousand. That was the total. The entire global population of the largest Sirenian that had ever lived, the last surviving population of a species that had once spanned the Pacific Rim from Japan to California, consisted of a few thousand individuals clustered around two small, fog-wrapped, uninhabited islands in the middle of the Bering Sea. It was not a thriving species at the height of its powers. It was a remnant, a refuge population, and it was already in a sense on borrowed time. Then the fur trade arrived, and the borrowing was called in. After the survivors of the St. Peter returned to Kamchatka in 1742 with their cargo of sea otter pelts and their stories of an island teeming with exploitable wildlife, the response was swift. Russian fur traders, the Promyshleniki, began organizing expeditions to the Commander Islands almost immediately. These were hard men engaged in a hard trade, working in extreme conditions on small, often poorly provisioned vessels, sailing into waters that were cold, stormy, and poorly charted. Their primary commercial interest was the sea otter, whose fur was the most valuable commodity in the North Pacific trade, commanding prices in Canton and Moscow and London that made the risk worthwhile. But the otters were just the cargo. The question of provisions, of how to feed a crew of hunters for the weeks and months they spent in the field, was a separate and equally pressing concern. And the answer to that question, floating conveniently in the shallows of the same islands where the otters lived, was the Steller's sea cow. The practical reality of why the sea cows were hunted is important to understand, because it complicates the easy narrative of wanton destruction and the truth, when it comes to the entangled histories of humans and animals, is almost always more complicated than the simple version. These were not men who killed for sport or for some perverse pleasure in destruction. They killed because they were cold and hungry and far from home and facing a winter in a place where the growing season is measured in weeks and the menu is limited to what you can catch, club or haul out of the sea. The sea cow, by the testimony of Steller and of the hunters who came after him, was the most practical, the most efficient, and frankly, the most delicious answer to the provisioning problem that the North Pacific had to offer. Steller's descriptions of the sea cow's culinary qualities, recorded in De Bestiis Marinis with the same clinical thoroughness he applied to its anatomy, are detailed and, it must be said, enthusiastic. The meat was rich, red, and similar in taste and texture to corned beef, though tougher and requiring longer cooking. It was, however, extraordinarily abundant. A single adult animal measuring 8 or 9 meters and weighing many tons contained enough meat to feed 33 men for an entire month, an astonishing yield that made the sea cow the most efficient food source available. The meat was also remarkably slow to spoil, a quality that Steller attributed to the animal's diet of salt-laden kelp, which effectively cured the flesh from the inside, a kind of natural preservation that meant sea cow meat could be stored for weeks, even in the relatively mild temperatures of the subarctic summer, without going rancid. For crews that needed to provision themselves for long voyages, this was an invaluable quality. But the meat was only part of the appeal. The fat, that extraordinary 8 to 10 centimetre layer of blubber beneath the bark-like skin, was a commodity in its own right. Steller described it as resembling the finest Dutch butter, sweet and pleasant tasting, and when rendered over heat, it took on a flavour like almond oil. It could be stored for even longer than the meat. It burned cleanly in lamps, providing both light and heat. It could be used for cooking. The milk of nursing females was rich and sweet and could be processed into butter. The hide, that astonishing inch-thick bark-like armour, could be cut and stitched into coverings for the hulls of small boats, providing a waterproof, durable skin that was particularly useful for the Baidaras, the skin-covered boats that were the standard transport of the North Pacific fur trade. The intestines had uses. The tendons had uses. In the brutal, efficient, waste-nothing calculus of survival in the 18th century Bering Sea, the Steller's sea cow was not merely edible. It was a hardware store, a larder, a chandlery, and a boatyard, all wrapped in a single enormous, cooperative, helpfully buoyant package. The method of hunting was straightforward and, for modern readers, difficult to contemplate without flinching. A large iron hook, attached to a heavy rope, was driven into the sea cow's body from a boat, typically by a man standing in the bow and striking the animal with a kind of harpoon or grapple. The other end of the rope was held by men on shore, sometimes a dozen or more, who then hauled on the line, dragging the wounded, struggling animal toward the beach through the shallows. The process was neither quick nor clean. The animals were massive and strong, and their thick skin made penetration difficult. The sea cow fought, after a fashion, thrashing and rolling, but its movements were slow and its options were limited. It could not dive, could not outrun a boat, and could not understand what was happening to it in a way that might have prompted a more effective response. The rest of the herd, as Steller had observed during the original Shipwreck winter, often approached the harpooned animal, attempting to help, pushing at the rope, circling the boats, crowding in around the wounded companion in a behaviour that was either profoundly moving or profoundly convenient, depending on whether you were a naturalist or a hunter, because the sea cows that came to help simply made themselves easier to target for the next hunt. The butchering was done on the beach, sometimes while the animal was still alive, and the meat and blubber and hide were divided among the crew. There was no regulation. There was no one to regulate. The Commander Islands were uninhabited, unclaimed by any administrative authority that might have imposed hunting limits or seasonal restrictions or any of the other instruments by which human societies sometimes attempt, usually belatedly, to prevent themselves from eating through their own food supply. The hunters answered to their employers and to their own appetites, and both demanded more. Year after year, expedition after expedition, the fur traders passed through the Commander Islands on their way to and from the otter hunting grounds, and year after year they stopped to kill sea cows for provisions, and year after year there were fewer sea cows to kill. The killing was not constant, but it was cumulative, and it was applied to a population that could not absorb even moderate sustained losses. Sirenians, all Sirenians, are slow reproducers. Females typically bear a single calf after a gestation period of more than a year. Calves are dependent on their mothers for an extended period, and the interbirth interval, the time between successive calves, is long. A population of 1,000 or 2,000 animals, losing even a few dozen individuals per year to hunting, cannot replace its losses. The mathematics are remorseless. Add in the simultaneous loss of the food supply, the kelp forest collapse triggered by the overhunting of sea otters, and the population's trajectory had only one possible destination. The timeline, reconstructed from shipping records, trading logs, and the meticulous later research of Steiner, is roughly this. The first fur traders arrived at the Commander Islands in 1743. By the early 1750s, the sea otter population was effectively gone, reduced to a few scattered animals that were not worth the effort of pursuing. By the mid-1750s, the kelp forests were in advanced decline or already collapsed. Throughout the 1750s and into the early 1760s, the sea cow population fell, driven by some combination of direct hunting and the starvation and reproductive failure caused by the loss of their food supply. Sea cow sightings became increasingly rare. Hunters who visited the islands reported seeing fewer animals, and the animals they did see were thinner, in worse condition, harder to find. By the mid-1760s, the population was functionally gone. The last confirmed kill of a Steller sea cow is traditionally dated to around 1768 on Bering Island by a party of fur traders. There is no dramatic account of this last killing. There is no record of anyone pausing to mark the occasion. There is no indication that the men involved knew, or would have cared, that the animal they had just dragged onto the beach and butchered was the last of its kind. It entered the historical record not as a tragedy, but as a line item, if it entered the record at all. Leonhard Steiner writing in 1887, compiled the most thorough account of the sea cow's extinction, tracking the records of every known fur-trading voyage to the Commander Islands and correlating them with the declining frequency of sea cow reports. His work, published in the American Naturalist under the title How the Great Northern Sea Cow, Rhytina Became Exterminated, is a masterpiece of careful, painstaking historical reconstruction, and it reads, beneath its measured, scholarly language, like an autopsy report. He documented the escalation of the hunt, the dwindling of the sightings, the final abrupt silence, and the years that followed, in which ships continued to visit the Commander Islands for otters and seals, but no one mentioned the sea cows anymore, because there were no sea cows to mention. The absence settled into the record as naturally as the fog settled onto the water, and within a generation, the animal had become a memory, and within 2 generations, it had become a curiosity, and within 3, it had become something that most people had simply never heard of. 27 years, the span of a human generation. In the time it takes for a child born in 1741 to grow to adulthood and start a family of her own, the largest herbivore in the North Pacific had gone from a viable, if reduced, population to nothing. From living animals that could be seen and touched and heard breathing in the shallows, to bones washing out of the beach sand, to specimens in museum drawers, to an entry in the taxonomic record marked with the small, final dagger symbol that indicates extinction, a cross, a mark of death, a typographical grave. The sea cow did not go out with a bang or a whimper. It went out with a silence so complete that it took more than a century for anyone to fully reconstruct what had happened, and even now, nearly 300 years later, the story is not widely known. Most people have never heard of the Steller's sea cow. The ocean, which remembers everything in its own way, has closed over the space where it used to be, and the water is smooth, and the kelp grows back, and the absence is invisible to anyone who does not know what to look for. Chapter 6. The Gentleness Problem. There is a word that surfaces in every account of the Steller's sea cow, from Steller's own journal to the reports of the fur traders who came after him to the secondary literature that accumulated over the following centuries, and the word is tame. The sea cows were tame. They were docile, they were gentle, they could be approached without difficulty. They did not flee, they did not fight. They continued to eat kelp while their companions were being killed beside them. They came to the aid of harpooned individuals, not by attacking the hunters, but by crowding in close, as though proximity alone could help, as though being there were enough. They were, in the language of the accounts, without fear. The word tame misses the point almost completely, and it is worth taking a moment to understand why, because the misunderstanding matters, not just for the sea cow, but for every island species that has been described in similar terms and that has paid a similar price. Tameness implies domestication, or at least familiarity. A tame animal is one that has been gentled, one whose wild nature has been softened through exposure to humans, through feeding, through handling, through the slow accumulation of experiences that teach a wild creature that this particular predator-shaped being is not in fact dangerous. The Steller's sea cow had been taught nothing of the sort. It had no experience of humans whatsoever. The Commander Islands were uninhabited. No human being, as far as we know, had ever set foot on those islands before Bering's expedition in 1741. The sea cow had not learned to trust humans. It had simply never learned to distrust them. It had no category for humans. It had no category for terrestrial predators of any kind. In the ecological vocabulary of its existence, in the long, cold, kelp-scented library of behaviours that evolution had compiled over millions of years, there was no entry for bipedal predator approaching from the shore. There was no entry because there had never been a need for one. The sea cow was not tame. It was naive, and that is a very different thing. Ecological naivety, sometimes called island tameness, is a well-documented phenomenon in the biology of species that have evolved in isolation from predators. It is one of the most reliable and one of the most heartbreaking patterns in the natural world. On islands, and in other isolated habitats where certain types of predators are absent, the prey species that live there gradually lose their fear responses because fear is biologically expensive. It costs energy to maintain vigilance, to scan the horizon, to startle at sudden movements, to flee at the first sign of danger. It costs calories that could otherwise be spent on growth, reproduction, or simply staying warm. On an island with no terrestrial predators, those costs are wasted, and over generations, natural selection quietly removes them, replacing wariness with equanimity, replacing flight instincts with curiosity or indifference. The dodo of Mauritius was ecologically naive. The great auk of the North Atlantic was ecologically naive. The Galapagos tortoise was ecologically naive and very nearly suffered the same fate as the sea cow, saved only by the belated intervention of conservation efforts that arrived in the nick of time. The moa of New Zealand was naive. The elephant bird of Madagascar was naive. In every case, the arrival of a novel predator, usually human, sometimes accompanied by rats, cats, dogs and pigs, found the naive species completely unprepared, and the extinction followed with a speed that reflected not the cruelty of the predator, but the total absence of any evolved defense in the prey. The Steller's sea cow was naive on a scale proportional to its body, which is to say, enormously. It had no experience of being hunted by anything that walked on land. Killer whales may have taken the occasional individual from the seaward side, and the sea cow's habit of keeping their calves between themselves and the shore suggests some awareness of waterborne predators, but from the shore itself, from the land, nothing had ever come that meant them harm. The men who arrived on the beach in November 1741 were, in the sea cow's experiential world, simply new objects in the landscape, no more threatening than the rocks or the driftwood or the kelp that washed ashore. The sea cows did not flee from them because there was nothing in their behavioural repertoire that said, flee from that. There was no neural pathway, no conditioned response, no inherited alarm call that connected the sight of a bipedal figure on the shore with the need to move away. The alarm had never been installed because it had never been needed. Steller's accounts of the sea cow's behaviour during hunts are among the most frequently cited and among the most difficult passages in the entire literature of extinction. He described animals that continued to graze while others were killed beside them. He described sea cows that approached harpooned companions and attempted to help, pushing at the ropes with their bodies, trying to knock the hooks loose with their tails. Circling the boats in what might have been confusion or distress or something deeper, something that the vocabulary of 18th century natural history did not have a word for, and that modern ethology would want to study for decades before naming. He described a male that followed a harpooned female to shore and returned the next day, and the day after that, hovering in the shallows near the place where she had been dragged up the beach. He described the heavy, sighing breathing of the animals as they lifted their heads from the kelp, the dark eyes that watched without visible comprehension, the terrible calm of creatures that were being destroyed and did not know it. Whether the sea cows experienced anything we might recognize as grief, or fear, or confusion, we cannot say. We do not have the data. We had one observer for 10 months on a freezing beach with many other things on his mind, and his observations, while extraordinary, are not the kind of controlled, repeated, longitudinal studies that modern behavioural science requires before it will commit to a claim about animal cognition. What we can say is that the behaviours Steller described, the approach to wounded companions, the reluctance to flee, the apparent loyalty to mates and offspring, even in the face of mortal danger, are consistent with what we observe in other social marine mammals, including the sea cow's living relatives, the manatees and dugongs, and they suggest a creature whose social bonds were real, and whose response to the suffering of a group member was not flight but approach, not self-preservation but something closer to aid. This is the gentleness problem. The qualities that make a species admirable, the loyalty, the social cohesion, the care for young, the willingness to approach a threatened companion, are the same qualities that make it catastrophically vulnerable when it encounters a predator that has no corresponding compassion and no interest in anything other than the efficient acquisition of meat and blubber. The sea cow's gentleness was not a character flaw. It was an evolutionary strategy, one that had worked flawlessly for millions of years, one that required no modification in a world where the primary threats were winter storms and the occasional orca. Gentleness, patience, slow reproduction, strong pair bonds, parental care, All of these traits are optimal in a stable environment with low predation pressure. They are a survival strategy calibrated for the long game, for the steady, unhurried accumulation of generations in a world that does not change very quickly. What they are not is a defense against a suddenly introduced, highly efficient predator that arrives with iron hooks and ropes and the ability to come back tomorrow and the day after and the day after that until there is nothing left to come back for. Evolution does not anticipate. It optimizes for the world as it is, not the world as it might become. The sea cow was perfectly optimized for a world without humans. And when the world changed, when humans arrived with their harpoons and their insatiable need for calories and blubber and boat hides, the sea cow could not change with it, because evolution does not operate on a timescale of 27 years. It takes thousands of years to build a fear response, to wire a brain for vigilance, to install the neural circuitry that says run when a new kind of predator appears on the beach. The sea cow had 27 years, not 27,000, 27. It was playing a game whose rules had not changed in millions of years, and the rules changed overnight, and there was no time to learn the new ones. There was not even time to understand that new rules existed. The sea cow went to its extinction without comprehending what extinction was, or that it was happening, or that the creatures on the shore who smelled of smoke and sickness and salt were anything other than another strange feature of the world, no more dangerous than the fog, no more threatening than the tide. This is, perhaps, the most difficult part of the story to sit with. The idea that the sea cow did not suffer in the way that we, projecting our own awareness onto it, might imagine. It did not spend its final decades in terror, watching the population dwindle and understanding the implications. It spent them the way it had spent every other decade of its existence, floating, grazing, breathing, sleeping on its back in the cold water with its belly to the sky. The fear never came. The understanding never came. It simply ended, one animal at a time, until there were none, and the water was empty, and the kelp grew without anyone to eat it, and the silence was complete. Chapter 7. Ghosts in the fog and bones in the dark. Extinction, in the language of biology, is absolute. It means the permanent loss of a species, the irreversible closing of a genetic line, the disappearance of a particular combination of DNA and anatomy and behavior that will never, can never, reassemble itself from the remaining materials of the living world. It is the one thing in biology that cannot be undone. Populations can recover, habitats can regenerate, diseases can be cured. But extinction is final, and no amount of hope or technology or regret can reverse it. This is the scientific reality, and it is clear, and it is settled. The human reality, however, is messier, because humans do not always accept finality, especially when the thing that has ended is something that was lost through their own actions, and especially when the thing that was lost was large and strange and inhabited a remote, the fog-wrapped ocean where visibility is poor, and the coastline goes on for thousands of kilometres, and the water is deep and cold and full of things we have not yet catalogued. In such a landscape of absence and fog and the persistent, irrational murmur of hope, it is perhaps not surprising that the Steller's sea cow has refused to stay entirely dead in the popular imagination. Sea cow sightings have been reported, intermittently and without verification, for more than 2 centuries after the official extinction date of 1768. Lucien Turner, an American ethnologist and naturalist who visited the Aleutian Islands in the late 19th century, reported that the Aleut people of Attu Island, the westernmost of the Aleutian chain and the inhabited island closest to the Commander Islands, said that sea cows had survived into the 1800s and were occasionally hunted. Oral tradition among the Aleut preserved the memory of the animal and the claim that it had lingered longer than the European records suggested. There is some archaeological and paleontological support for this possibility. Sea cow bone fragments have been found in the western Aleutian Islands, some dating to within the past several centuries, which suggests that small populations or wandering individuals may have existed outside the Commander Islands in relatively recent times. More dramatic and more dubious was a report from 1962, when the crew of a Soviet whaling ship reportedly observed a group of large, unfamiliar marine animals in shallow water near one of the Commander Islands. The animals were described as being 6 to 8 meters long, dark in color, with broad, rounded bodies and small heads, and they were observed feeding in a kelp bed in a manner consistent with Steller's descriptions of sea cow behavior. The report was investigated by Soviet scientists, but no physical evidence was recovered, no photographs were taken, and the sighting was never confirmed. It remains one of the most tantalizing and most frustrating entries in the catalogue of possible sea cow survival. Other reports have surfaced over the years, scattered and unverifiable, from various points along the coastline of the North Pacific, a shape in the fog off Kamchatka, an unusual carcass on a remote beach, a fisherman's story of something enormous and slow in the shallows that did not match any known species. None of these reports have been substantiated. None have produced physical evidence. None have withstood the scrutiny of the scientific community, which, while not hostile to the possibility, requires more than anecdote and hope before it will reopen a file that has been closed for 2.5 centuries. The probability that any of these sightings represent genuine surviving Steller sea cows is, to put it gently, vanishingly small. The animal was conspicuous. It floated at the surface, did not dive, lived in shallow coastal waters, and measured up to 10 meters long. The idea that a viable breeding population of such an animal has persisted in the North Pacific for more than 250 years without being detected by fishermen, scientists, naval vessels, commercial shipping, aerial surveys, satellite monitoring, or any of the other instruments of modern observation in waters that are now among the most heavily studied marine environments on Earth, requires a degree of optimism that stretches beyond hope into something closer to fantasy. And yet the reports persist, and yet people want to believe. This is worth pausing over, because it tells us something important about how we relate to the things we have destroyed. There is a particular kind of hope that attaches itself to extinction, a stubborn, irrational, deeply human refusal to accept that the door is truly and permanently closed. We see it with the thylacine in Tasmania, where supposed sightings of the extinct marsupial wolf are reported almost annually, despite the last known individual dying in a zoo in 1936. We see it with the ivory-billed woodpecker in the swamps of the American South, where tantalizing but inconclusive evidence of survival has kept the debate alive for decades. We see it with the baiji, the Yangtze River dolphin, declared functionally extinct in 2006, and yet still the subject of occasional unverified sighting reports from the turbid waters of central China. We want these animals to still be out there. We want the story to have a different ending, a postscript, a miraculous footnote that reads, "And then, against all odds, a small population was found, hidden in a remote bay, overlooked by everyone, alive and breeding, and waiting to be rediscovered." The desire is understandable. It is also, in almost every case, unfounded, but it persists because the alternative, the flat, final, irreversible silence of true extinction, is a kind of grief that humans are not well equipped to carry. We are a species that runs on narrative, on the possibility of plot twists and second chances, on the conviction that no story is ever truly over as long as someone is still telling it. Extinction defeats narrative. It is the one ending that cannot be revised, cannot be appealed, cannot be turned into a sequel. And so we scan the fog for shapes that might be sea cows, and we listen to fishermen's stories with an eagerness that our scientific training tells us to resist. And we leave the file not quite closed, not quite sealed, because closing it would mean accepting something that we would rather not accept, that we did this, and it is permanent, and no amount of wishing will bring it back. The ghosts in the fog are not sea cows. They are the shapes of our own guilt and our own longing, projected onto the water, given form by the same hopeful, pattern-seeking imagination that once looked at the ocean and saw mermaids. The order Sirenia, to which the sea cow belongs, takes its name from those mythological sirens, the creatures whose songs lured sailors to their destruction. The irony runs deep enough to drown in. In the case of the Steller's sea cow, it was not the siren that lured the sailors. It was the sailors who found the siren. and the song they heard was not enchantment but the heavy rhythmic breathing of an animal that did not know it was being listened to. And the silence that followed the last breath is the silence we have been trying for 250 years not to hear. What remains of the Steller's sea cow can be counted, and the counting itself is a kind of elegy. A global inventory of extant skeletal material, compiled by researchers and updated periodically, has identified approximately 20 skeletons, 62 additional skulls, and more than 550 individual bones of Hydrodamylus gigas, preserved in 51 museums across 16 countries. The numbers are precise, and the precision is haunting. This is everything. This is the total physical legacy of a species that once ranged across thousands of kilometers of Pacific coastline, that swam in herds in the cold water, that breathed and ate and mated and nursed its young and slept on its back with its belly to the sky. 20 skeletons, 62 skulls, 550 bones, spread across the world in museum drawers and display cases, labelled and catalogued and occasionally visited by researchers who hold a rib or a vertebra in their hands and try to read, in the density and texture of the bone, something about the life of the creature that carried it. Only 2 to 4 of those museum skeletons come from a single individual animal. The rest are composites, assembled from bones gathered on the beaches of the Commander Islands over the course of more than a century, sorted and matched and mounted by curators working from anatomical knowledge and educated inference, because the sea cow's bones washed out of the beach sand for decades after the last animal was killed, tumbled by the surf, scattered by the tide, returned to the surface by the slow, patient work of erosion, as though the island itself were gradually giving up its dead, offering the bones back to anyone who cared to collect them. A few fragments of skin survive, dark and thick and rough, preserved in museum collections, their bark-like texture still palpable after more than 2 centuries. There are no soft tissue specimens. There are no photographs. There are no film recordings. There is one rough sketch made from life, attributed to Steller's time on the island, and various later illustrations produced by artists who had never seen the animal and were working from written descriptions and skeletal reconstructions. The most famous of these later images, produced in the 19th and early 20th centuries, show a somewhat generic whale-like creature with a blunt head and a forked tail, and they are, by necessity, interpretations rather than portraits, educated guesses about the appearance of an animal that was seen by Europeans for 10 months, by one scientist, under conditions of extreme duress, and then was gone. We know the Steller's sea cow almost entirely through its absence. We know it through the words of one man who saw it alive, and through the bones that the sea gave back, and through the ecological models that tell us what its role might have been, and through the genetic fragments extracted from subfossil remains, and analysed with techniques that Steller could not have imagined. Recent genomic studies, published in Nature Communications in 2021, have revealed that the species had low genetic diversity even before European contact, consistent with a population that had been declining for thousands of years, squeezed by the combined pressures of climate fluctuation and indigenous hunting across the Pacific Rim. The genetic evidence confirms what the fossil record suggests. The population at the Commander Islands was not a healthy, thriving species in the fullness of its range. It was the last remnant of a long, slow diminishment, the final survivors of a retreat that had been underway for millennia. The Europeans did not begin the sea cow's decline. They finished it. And they finished it so quickly, so completely, that the animal passed from life to legend to footnote to near total obscurity in the span of a single human lifetime. Leonhard Steinegger, who travelled to the Commander Islands in 1882 to compile his definitive account, walked the beaches of Bering Island and collected bones that had been exposed by erosion. He corresponded with museums across Europe and America. He tracked down every known specimen, every skull and rib and vertebra, and published his findings in a series of papers that remain essential references for anyone studying the species. His work was meticulous, almost obsessively thorough, and it carries, beneath its measured scholarly tone, a quality that is difficult to name precisely, a kind of controlled sadness, the emotional register of a scientist who has arrived too late and knows it. who is documenting not a discovery but a loss, not a presence but an absence, and who is doing so with the care and precision that the absent creature deserved in life but received only in death. Chapter 8. What the Waves Took. There is a speculative exercise that historians of extinction sometimes engage in, though it is not strictly scientific, and they would be the first to acknowledge as much. It goes like this. Imagine the last one. The year is approximately 1768, though the exact date is uncertain because no one was keeping that kind of record. The place is Bering Island, the larger of the two Commander Islands, a treeless, fog-wrapped slab of volcanic rock in the western Bering Sea. The weather is what it always is in this place, cold, grey, wet, with a low ceiling of cloud that merges imperceptibly with the fog that rises from the water, so that the world consists of a narrow band of visible reality between two infinities of grey, the sea below and the sky above, and neither one offering much in the way of comfort or orientation. A group of men, fur traders pro-Micheliniki, are on the beach. They have been here before, or if not here specifically, then in places very like it, other beaches on other remote islands in the North Pacific, other camps, where the work of killing and skinning and preserving and packing goes on day after day in the rain and the cold. They are not thinking about history. They are not thinking about extinction. They are thinking about the weight of their cargo, the condition of their ship, the price of otter pelts in Kamchatka, and the question, always pressing, of what they are going to eat. They have seen in the shallows just offshore a large dark shape moving slowly, alone, its broad back breaking the surface of the water, its breathing audible in the still, fog-dampened air. They have seen this kind of animal before, on previous visits, though not recently, because it's become rare, harder to find, and they have noticed, without giving it much thought, that there seem to be fewer of them each time they come. This one is alone. It is grazing, its head down, pulling at the kelp fronds with the slow, deliberate, unhurried motion that characterizes everything about it. It does not look up when the men approach. It does not flee when the boat is launched. It does not startle when the hook is driven into its side. What happens next is what has happened dozens of times before. On this beach and others like it, the rope is pulled, the animal is dragged through the shallows, it is hauled onto the beach, it is butchered. The meat is divided, the blubber is rendered, the hide is set aside, the men eat, the work continues, the fog closes in, the water, briefly disturbed, settles. And then there is a silence in the kelp beds off Bering Island that was not there before. A silence that is different from the ordinary silence of the sea, because it is the silence of a thing that has been subtracted, the silence of something that was here for millions of years and is now, suddenly, completely, irrevocably gone. No one notices. No one is there to notice. The extinction of the Steller's sea cow is not recorded in any log or journal. It does not appear in any account of the day's events. It passes unremarked because, to the men on the beach, it is unremarkable. They killed an animal and ate it, as they have killed and eaten animals on this beach before. And if this particular animal happened to be the last of its kind, that is a fact that has no practical significance to men who are counting otter pelts and calculating profits and worrying about the weather on the passage home. The last Steller's sea cow died, in all likelihood, without ceremony, without witness, without anyone understanding what was being lost. It died as it had lived, quietly. This is the part of the extinction story that is hardest to hold in your mind, the sheer ordinariness of it, the banality. We want extinctions to be dramatic. We want them to happen in a blaze of destruction that matches the magnitude of the loss, a great fire or a great flood or at least a last stand, something that acknowledges, in its scale and its horror, the enormity of what is being erased. The extinction of the Steller's sea cow was none of these things. It was prosaic. It was undramatic. It was a few men on a beach in the fog, doing what they had been doing for 2 decades, unaware that they were closing a chapter of natural history that had been opened since the Pleistocene. The gap between the significance of the event and the circumstances of the event is the thing that haunts, the recognition that the most permanent things we do are often the things we pay the least attention to. And yet, the story of the Steller's sea cow is not only a story of loss, It is also a story of pattern, of a particular kind of destruction that humans have repeated, are repeating, will continue to repeat, because the same combination of factors that erased the sea cow, a restricted range, a small population, slow reproduction, economic value, easy exploitation, institutional indifference, is present in dozens of other species today. Species that are following the same curve that the sea cow followed, the same gentle decline that steepens into a plunge, the same arithmetic of removal that leads, with mathematical certainty, to zero. The great auk, Pinguinus impennis, was a large, flightless seabird of the North Atlantic, confident and unafraid, hunted for its feathers, fat and flesh, driven to extinction by 1844. The last pair was killed on Eldey Island, off the coast of Iceland, by collectors who wanted the specimen for a museum. There is an irony there that does not require commentary. The Caribbean monk seal, Neomonicus tropicalis, was a gentle, trusting, slow-moving marine mammal of the Caribbean Sea, described by Columbus and hunted for its oil and leather until the last confirmed sighting in the 1950s. It was officially declared extinct in 2008. The baiji, or Chinese river dolphin, Lipotes vexillifer, was a freshwater cetacean that had lived in the Yangtze River for 20 million years and that was declared functionally extinct in 2006. The first cetacean driven to extinction by human activity, killed not by direct hunting but by the cumulative effects of dam construction, river traffic, pollution, and overfishing that destroyed its habitat and its food supply. The pattern is the same in every case. A species that is large, slow, conspicuous, and confined to a limited range encounters a human population that finds it useful, or that simply finds it in the way, and kills it faster than it can reproduce, and does not stop until it is gone, and then, after it is gone, feels varying degrees of regret that range from genuine anguish to complete indifference. The Steller's sea cow was the first large marine mammal to be driven to extinction in the modern historical period. The first in a series that would eventually include the Caribbean monk seal, the Japanese sea lion, the baiji, and, if current trends continue, others that we have not yet added to the list but that are. Even now, following the curve, the sea cow was not unique in its fate. It was unique only in its size, in the speed of its destruction, and in the poignancy of its innocence. The fact that it went to its extinction without ever developing the one trait that might have saved it, the capacity to be afraid of us. The ocean does not mourn. The ocean does not accuse. The ocean does not keep a ledger of the wrongs committed in its waters or carve the names of the vanished into its floor. The ocean simply fills the space where something enormous used to be, the same way it fills every other space, with water and current and the slow, patient redistribution of nutrients and energy through the food web, adjusted now for the absence of a consumer that is no longer there, rebalanced, recalibrated, reclosed over the gap the way a wound closes over a missing limb. The scar is there, if you know how to read it, in the altered dynamics of kelp forests that grew back differently without their largest grazer, in the sediment chemistry that records the shift from one ecological state to another, in the empty niche that no other species has filled, because nothing else on Earth is large enough and slow enough and specialized enough to do what the sea cow did. The ocean does not forget its dead the way the land does. It simply closes over them, and the surface is smooth and the absence is invisible, and the memory is held in the structure of the ecosystem itself, in the architecture of a world that was built around a creature that is no longer there. There is a final question that hovers over this story, and it is not a scientific question but a human one. What do we owe to the things we outlive? Not what do we owe to the living, because that question has at least the structure of a practical answer. We can protect, we can conserve, we can set aside habitat and enforce laws and fund research, and do the 1,000 difficult, unglamorous things that constitute modern conservation. But what do we owe to the things that are already gone? The things we cannot save because the saving should have happened 200 years ago. What do we owe to the Steller's sea cow? We owe it, I think, at least this, the act of remembering. not the sentimental, romanticized remembering that turns a complex ecological event into a simple morality tale about human greed, because the story is more complicated than that, and the sea cow deserves the respect of being remembered accurately, with all the complexity and contradiction and difficulty intact. The sailors who ate the sea cows were not monsters. They were cold, exhausted, desperate men in a brutal environment, doing what humans have always done when they are hungry and a food source is available. The fur traders who came after them were not villains. They were participants in an economic system that valued otter pelts above ecological stability, a system that no individual within it could have changed, and that most of them did not understand well enough to question. The extinction of the sea cow was not the act of a few bad people. It was the act of a system, a network of incentives and ignorances and technologies that produced the outcome it was designed to produce, which is to say profit, without any mechanism for accounting for what was lost along the way. And yet the loss is real, and it is permanent, and it deserves to be named and held and considered, not as an indictment but as a fact, a quiet fact that we carry with us as we continue to make decisions about the species we share this world with. The Steller's sea cow is gone. It cannot be brought back, though some de-extinction projects have discussed the possibility, and the technology of gene editing and cloning continues to advance. But even if, by some extraordinary feat of science, a Steller's sea cow were someday recreated from preserved DNA and gestated in an artificial womb, and released into a restored kelp forest in the Commander Islands, it would not be the same animal. It would not carry the accumulated behavioural knowledge of millions of years of evolution. It would not know how to be a sea cow in the way that sea cows once knew, because that knowledge was carried in the living bodies and the living brains and the living social structures of the animals themselves, and it was lost, irretrievably, when the last one died. You cannot clone a culture. You cannot sequence a memory. You cannot restore, through technology, the particular quality of an animal that had never in its existence encountered a reason to be afraid and that had, accordingly, built its entire way of life around the assumption that the world was safe. What was lost when the Steller's sea cow disappeared was not just biomass, not just ecological function, not just a slot in a food web or a line in a taxonomic database. What was lost was a way of being in the world, a particular answer to the question of how to be a large animal in a cold ocean, an answer that prioritized patience over speed, calm over vigilance, trust over fear, and that had been tested and refined and confirmed by millions of years of experience, and that had been found, for all those millions of years, to be sufficient. What was lost was a 10-meter argument that gentleness was enough, and the argument was wrong, in the end, but only because we made it wrong. Only because we arrived in the one place where it was still being made and unmade it in a generation. The gentleness was not the flaw. We were the flaw. Or rather, we were the changing conditions that made the gentleness, for the first time in the sea cow's long history, insufficient. And that is a different thing, and a harder thing to sit with, than a simple story of a predator and its prey. Let me leave you with this. It is late or early, depending on where you are and how you reckon the dark hours, and the story is nearly over, and you may already be drifting, which is as it should be, because this is, after all, a story told for sleep, told in the cadences of deep water, told at the pace of an animal that had all the time in the world, and that moved through its life with the unhurried, rolling, wave-like rhythm of a creature perfectly at peace with its own existence. Let me leave you in the water. Let me leave you in the shallows off Bering Island, in the cold, dark, kelp-thick water, on a day when the fog is low and the world is quiet and the only sound is the water itself, lapping against the volcanic rock and the wind, barely there, stirring the fog, and somewhere, far off, the cry of a seabird, a kittiwake or an auklet, a sound that carries clearly in the damp air and then fades, and is replaced by silence. There is nothing in the water now, no enormous shape beneath the surface, no broad, dark back breaking the waterline, no heavy breathing, no sigh. The kelp sways in the current, its fronds reaching toward the surface where something used to graze. The water moves over the place where something enormous used to be, and it moves exactly the same way it moves everywhere else, because water does not distinguish between presence and absence, between the space occupied by a living body and the space left behind when that body is gone. The water is the same, the kelp is the same, the fog is the same. The only thing that is different is what is missing, and what is missing is something that most people who have ever lived have never heard of, and that the few who have heard of it know only through words on a page and bones in a glass case. Through the descriptions of one German naturalist who saw it alive, and through the careful reconstructions of the scientists who came after, holding fragments of bone up to the light and trying to read. In their density and curvature, the story of a life that ended before anyone thought to preserve it. The Steller's sea cow is gone, the ocean remains. And in the gap between those two facts, in the space between what was and what is, there is a silence that is not empty but full of the weight of what has been subtracted, full of the shape of an absence that the water still holds, even if we do not, full of the memory of 10 meters of gentleness that the ocean keeps in its own way, in the altered chemistry of its sediments and the restructured architecture of its forests, and the empty niche that nothing has filled and that nothing will fill, because the thing that filled it is gone and is not coming back. The ocean does not mourn, the ocean does not accuse. The ocean simply holds the shape of everything it has lost, and if you float in it long enough, in the cold, dark, fog-wrapped water at the edge of the world, in the place where the sea cows used to breathe, you can feel it. Not the animal itself, not the warmth of its body or the sound of its sigh, but the space where it was, the outline, the impression, the quiet, persistent, irreducible fact of an absence that the water remembers even if we have already begun to forget. Sleep well, the water is calm, the fog is low, and somewhere, in the silence between the waves, something enormous and gentle and gone is still floating, still breathing, still turning its broad, dark back to the sky. In the only place it still exists, in the space between the words, in the dark behind your eyes, in the part of the mind where the things we have lost go when we are finally still enough to hold them. Good night.